Mic check. Sounds good. All right, guys. Looks like they're gonna get started a little bit early here. You got Dan Peterson playing Eric. I'm gonna pretend to pronounce it right. Danowitz. On the back table, you got two of my friends over there. You have Cleveland Baylor playing John Abondo. I hope. Man, this is hard. I like all these guys. I had just met Dan, but I'm familiar with three of the four. Anyways, Brett White asked, "Do you have to be established to play?" Yes. Yeah, this event you do have to be established. There's a lot of money involved. Tim wants to make sure he's got your rating pegged appropriately before you join. I mean, if you come in and win and you're unestablished, you'll never hear the end of it. And if you come in and just get waxed because you're overrated, well, nobody wants that either. So, anyways, first break. Looks like the first break's dry. I think. Haven't seen a whole lot of dry break. I mean, obviously a little bit, but haven't seen a whole lot of, excuse me, whole lot of dry breaks with these template racks. Generally busting the balls pretty good. I first got wind of Eric's game about a year ago. I got to commentate one or two of his matches. Well, actually a few of them. But I've seen enough of his game now to I've got a pretty good idea how he shoots. He's definitely been making it today too, pretty consistently, making it deep in these tournaments. A lot of firepower. He's got a good stroke. I imagine he plays a little bit of 9 foot. I kind of referenced it yesterday. John Sanchez has that longer stroke. He doesn't mind firing balls in. Eric's got not necessarily a similar style. His game's a little different, but stroke wise, there is some resemblance. Balls lay pretty good here. He's just got to figure out that 3-5 in the middle of the table. Assuming he can shoot the 6 now. Oh, no, I clipped a 3 on the way in. Didn't squint hard enough. That far table, this is going to be a straight race to 6 on that far table. Cleveland's only a 493 playing John Abondo, who's a 549. Oh, let me take down that text over there. Sorry. But Cleveland only going to five. John going to 6. Both these guys going to 6 on your screen. These are both winner side matches. I believe the loser side started at 10:30 this morning, so they should be closing up their matches here within the next half hour or so. Few new faces on day 2 today. It's a little refreshing. We're used to seeing the same faces, Chris Baginski and Philip and Perfecto and John Driver, Eric. This is the first one I've really caught wind of Dan Peterson. And looking at the backside, you got quite a few guys I'm not super familiar with. I don't know if they're east side or just haven't put a face to the name yet, but we'll see. like Dan's stroke. Real smooth transition. Guess you could say he's got a good tempo about him, if I had to put a word to it. Oh, I think he got in trouble. Duncan, how are you, brother? You gonna make your way over here today? Jessica, good morning to you. You gonna go down to JJ's and play? I guess anybody watching, any potential degenerates out there, Duncan's looking for a game, looking for a reason to come to Bullshooters. Watch out, six. Don't want to tie up the six somewhere. Yeah, that's not bad. He's got plenty of options here. Looks like he's taking the combo to start this off. I don't mind it. I think the three will be. Oh no, went right by the six. Didn't even look like that on camera. Oh, that's hilarious. I saw YouTube next to your name, so I assumed you were at home watching it on the TV. Yeah, for those that don't know, I know I sound like a broken record, but you can watch on Donkey Pool Productions on YouTube or AZ Pool 15 on Facebook. Yeah, Eric's really dangerous coming to an open table like that. It's something he does well for his speed. Being a 547, his run out game is pretty exceptional. Very dangerous. He plays safe. You got to play safe tight. He can jump. He kicks decent. And his run out game is, as far as Fargo's concerned, exceptional. So it looks like Eric taking the early 1-0 lead. You guys are gonna have to you guys are gonna have to bear with me on the score a little bit. I don't control the score. They update it in digital pool on their phones. And sometimes there's a 1 minute delay. At least recently there's been. Maybe it'll be a little bit more cooperative today, but I think that's on digital spool in because our internet connection is pretty solid today. Dar says, Duncan Weiss, we can chill and talk bad about Justin. Shut up, bro. You guys do that anyways. You don't need Duncan for that. Oh, it's a solid break. 10 on the side. Unrewarded. Love that break throw. Love that break though. He hit it square. I think the 10 was one of the second balls that tracked towards the side. Didn't overpower it. He had pretty good control of his cue ball, but it just came back a touch too far and unrewarded with any decent look at something. Gosh, it's even hard to play safe from here. I mean, I don't see anything right off the bat. He was looking at the hanging 11 to see if he could kick at the 11. That's extremely risky. think what he's trying to do is just keep his cue ball on that bottom rail. Force oh wow. Called it on that side. What a great shot. My goodness, Eric. Go on the side or does it pass all the way down? You'd like to shoot it all the way down if it passes the 9 cleanly. It goes on the side. Good shot. You can never tell from over here the angles that they have. That shot looks dang near impossible from over here. No, he looks good from here. 3-7. And get the cue ball back down for the 8. 8 goes in both corner pockets. You don't have to be too cute with this cue ball. You don't want to get too close to the 8. It's okay to be above it a little bit and shoot it in one of the corners. Seen Eric play a little bit. I imagine that's what he'll do. Yeah, just like that. He never really allowed his cue ball to get in trouble. That's a good shot. This is going to be the first break, and if this 8 ball drops, it's going to be the first break and run we see today. Yeah, like I said, great run out game. Good pattern there from Eric. Just a little 6-16. I'm retired. You scare me. No, we can play some, man. I have to find a day. Borderline useless on days that I commentate, so you have to do it on a day that I'm not. Let's just commentate and play, get a portable mic. Yeah. Oh, Eric taking a good look at this 5 to see if it goes. Don't think it does. Looks like he may be forced to go with solids here. Unless he chooses to take on this tough 14, but yeah, he's going with solids, going with the long 3. Yeah, Eric's in dead stroke right now. Forgot who we were watching yesterday, but you could tell when he was shooting, he was a bit. I think it was Brian Jimenez. You tell he was a little nervous on stream. He was a bit hesitant after every single stroke. It seemed like he kind of popped up a little bit and he was kind of wishing the ball in. Eric's stroking the ball and walking to where the cue ball's going to be. Once every blue moon, I get that, but it's been a while. I think Bullshooters has to recover tables a lot more frequently when I'm playing on them because I just do straight damage to these rails. The good news is you never have to replace the pockets. Is he going to get a friendly bump? Not. He's calling the combo bank on the 2. Staying aggressive like he does. He almost got there too. Kind of rolled off a little bit on him, but that one had a chance of going after I saw it kick off that rail. I promise Dan's happy to get to the table. It's been a little while since he shot. Eric cleaned up the first rack after a miss. then broke and ran the second one. Ran 4 balls in the third one, and now Dan's really only picked up a stick once, I believe. Now would be the time to take 13 if you can see it. Yeah. That's a good shot. Using the 7 to stop the cue ball. With 11 in the side. Every part of that was intentional. Good stroke. Touch tricky with where that 15 sits on that rail. Just because the 12's on the rail, 15's on the rail. Looks like he's gonna go with the 15 and spin this in with some inside. You're gonna lose your cue ball a little bit here. Ready? Yeah, that was always the risk, but he felt he needed to take care of it right then and there. Do it to him. Oh, that's a good shot. He's got the 12 all the way up. Those are the shots that make or break a set, I think. You know, at this stage, most players are capable of running out on an open table. Yeah, most players are capable of running out on an open table, but the ones those long 7-foot shots where it's kind of do or die, and the other guy's just gonna get out on you if you don't make it. Those are the ones that I think really swing a set. That's the difference between 4-2 and 3-3 and 5-2 and 3-4. Huge momentum swings. Yeah, he's got the perfect angle. Let's play some right. 2 rails for the 8. A little steep. A lot steep. Oh, well, shouldn't be a problem. He's still got enough angle that he can cut this 8 in. Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah, the more I watch him, Eric is definitely a 9-foot player. He tried to get himself in trouble there. What? Taking an early 3-0 lead? Looks like on that far table, are they still on their first game over there? Score shows 0-0. Haven't quite paid as much attention over there. Of course, they may have gotten started at exactly 11:30. I know these guys got started a few minutes early. Gosh, it drives me crazy. No, my camera is actually centered, but they put that far table when they lined it up. It's like 6 inches to the right, and so I'm not like OCD by any means, but it just absolutely drives me crazy all day long. Just Steve. Oh, we made a joke the other day. I've been giving Eddie a hard time about letting me play in his tournaments over at Metro, and I went in there the other day and I gave someone cash, and my name's Justin Ray, and then God, I forgot who it was. I told someone to go up to Eddie and say, "Hey, go let Rustin J play." Eddie didn't think it was as funny as we did. Ball's like a little funny here. I'm curious to see what kind of pattern he chooses to get out from here. I'm just gonna let him work this one out because these balls lay a little funny. A few different ways to go about it. I wonder if that six passes the 10. If the six passes the 10, it's not as funny as I think, but still, where the seven sits, I at least solved that problem. Yeah, I don't mind that running into it, developing something that's a little bit better. I think if he just kind of, he could have held his cue ball over there, kind of threw it in with some outside and held his cue ball over there, but then his cue ball was running into some trouble. All right, let's see if we can get his cue ball out of there. It's gonna be a little jacked up over this 14. Otherwise, I'd have no doubt in my mind. Going with, oh no, I can see the two. Jock's free. Yeah, there's no worse feeling than miscuing, especially when you, I don't want to say that situation specifically, but you ever been in a situation, hill, you just completely outplay the guy. You play a good safe, you get ball in hand, you get like an easy three ball run. You make the first two, and then you got like a hanging nine ball, and you pop the cue ball off the table. I could patent that shot. Dara, your chalk is $20. There ain't no benefit to that. No, I'm not even. Don't even get me started. We're gonna start getting stuck on joint protectors and gloves and expensive chalk. I'm not doing this today, bro. I've been good. Therapist told me I need to keep my blood pressure down, and you're not helping. No, Eric really trying to come into that stack and create something out of nothing. Just missed it. I should use master like a real man. You know what? You're right. I'll let you have that one. I let you guys down. I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't. Wow, what a stroke. But is anything gonna come of it? I'm not sure. Can he even can you see any of the 15? Is it worth shooting? Can you see some of the 10? Not shooting, but what safe do you play? Do you try to get the cue ball back down here where it's at, even if you can't see the 10? Do you skim the 10 and put the cue ball on the fifth? What is that? Oh no, the 9-8. Well, they're free now. Bad news is everything's open for Dan. Only person that can beat Dan from here is Dan. Dan's still trying to put himself on the board. Down 3-0 early on. Eric's played extremely well to start off the set. I think he's got the angle to float down to shoot the one on the side. You don't have to come back up. A little bit further would have been nice, but can he hold it or is he going to run into this two? I think I don't mind a bump on the two here. Yeah, just like that. Really good shot. Judge that really well. Sometimes that shot, it doesn't look like it, but that shot can get away from you pretty easy. Just hit it on one side or the other, and then all of a sudden you're parallel with the two ball 2 inches away, and you're like, what in the world just happened? I think Dan's a little conflicted. He's really got to hold this cue ball. 15 plays big. I might have got a little bit too much of it. That was the slight hesitation there. Yeah, a little shake of the head. He's definitely hooked here. At least hooked in the sense he can't make the 8 straight. Calling the bank. Watch the double kiss here. It's a double kiss on the cue ball coming back. This one can be a little tricky to avoid sometimes. Yeah, just like that. Going right in the side, too. Man, that's brutal. Well, as good as Eric's shooting, that's really got to hurt Dan because you know Eric's playing well, and when you gift one to him like that, it's insult to injury. I think the stretch got down there a little bit. You know, I've seen him play enough. He's more than capable of holding that ball. I think the stretch and the extension. I don't know if it's the added weight, but definitely the stretch. All right. What Eric's done very well. So Eric went up 4-0. What Eric's done really well is make those second balls in the side pocket. So watch that 7-2. More often than not, he's been making the right ball, so that's 7. So watch the 7 specifically, but 7 tracking. 7 got kicked, but the 2 went. He almost made them both. Hmm. Good break there. Yeah, Eric does a lot right. He hits that rack square. For the most part, controls his cue ball. Comes down table maybe a little bit more than you prefer, but I don't mind that myself if I'm consistently making a ball. Especially an 8 ball when you have so many balls to shoot at. I don't know if we updated the score. It's just lagging a little bit. Bear with us. It is 4-0. Like John Abondo took an early 1-0 lead over there on the far table against Cleveland. I mentioned a little bit yesterday, but I got to play with Cleveland out in Vegas. It's pretty impressed with his game out there for the 490. I mean, we asked a lot of him. He was a 490 playing a bunch of 600s all day long, and he held his own. A couple things to polish up on, but Cleveland's been playing good. Especially with the spot. Oh no, I guess John Abondo's up 2-0 over there. Trouble on both balls here. Thomas Eric's main priority here is what am I going to do with that 7 ball? I'd like to address it sooner than later. Kind of got a straight angle on this one. He's going to try and draw it back, leave himself maybe an angle on the 6 to run into that 7 or maybe sneak behind it and shoot in a pocket up table or in the side. I don't know. Does that 7 pass? The way he shot that is like a 7 pass. Unless he didn't stroke it great. That was really the biggest positional Eric, positional error we've seen from Eric. 2-0 John, Bobby says. What's up, Bobby? You said you were coming back yesterday and you didn't. You're a liar. I don't want to hear the excuse about family either. Choosing family over pool. That doesn't sound like a pool player. Just kidding. Oh, what a gosh, I don't know if you guys are watching that far table over there. John was shooting the 8, tried to cross it. Just rattled it up. Oh, that 7 did go. Wow. It's a great shot. Looks like a tight pocket for this 8 as well. No, he's got the full thing. No, maybe not. He really favored the left side there. Or just dogged it, as we say. Blame your brother. What'd you end up doing? Meeting up with him and having an alcoholic beverage or two? I hear he's no stranger to that kind of endeavor. Man, a little funny here. That's gonna touch the 8 on the way out here. Nope. Able to avoid the whole thing. It sure didn't look like it get past there. Good shot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. He's looking at the 9. Can't really take the 9 here, jacked up. I think you gotta slice this 11 in. I think he was just taking a peek at the table. Oh, that's a great stroke right there. Left himself positioned for both balls, gave himself options. Really like his stroke. I think we can get a good look at his stroke from this angle. Unless he takes the 9 first. Oh, yeah. Looks like he's taking the 9 first. He wants to shoot the 12 last, just because it's up table, so he doesn't have to move his cue ball much. Oh, had to say something about his stroke. Oh my gosh, the wheels are falling off from Dan here. You can tell he's a good shooter. It's just he's made a couple late mistakes, and Eric's really just been playing well on top of that. It's tough to beat. Well, Eric putting himself on the hill. This is a winner side match. If Dan doesn't pull this one off, he does have another life. I say it quite a bit, but if you're Dan here, even if you don't win this set, obviously you'd like to, and you want to scrape by one at a time. But even if you don't win this set, you'd like to scrape a couple together just to get some momentum coming into your next match. You don't want to come off a goose egg into your next match and feel deflated. Of course, he might be mentally stronger than me. I'm speaking for myself. 11 gonna get there? It is not. Dude kind of looks like Ralph Ecker. Uh, Comments always keep me entertained. Well, it looks like Cleveland's breaking over there, so I'm assuming he put one on the board, so I'm gonna call that game over there 2-1. Though he did scratch on the break. Remember, Cleveland only goes to 5, so it's really just a straight race to 4 over there. Yeah, I didn't do much for the 4 there. I don't think that 4 passes. Try to develop something, but 9 ball got in the way. It's always tough breaking it out that way, and that 4 ball's just not headed in a great direction. Not that he had many options, but tell both these players don't. It seems like the template rack doesn't bother them. They've could have removed it a few times in the last few racks, but just leave it up there until they absolutely have to move it. Eric's ball's like twice as good as Dan's does, but I don't know that he has an opening shot here. No, I can see enough of this ball to shoot the combo. Uh-oh. Looks like he freed up Dan's 4 over there. That was really worst case scenario for him. Now all of Dan's balls go. Just picking the right pattern here. I like what he's doing. He's taking his time. He's not out of it. It ain't over until that number strikes 6 for Eric. But I'm looking down the barrel of that 4. The 4 definitely goes. A pretty good shot to hold for the 3 there, but I don't know if he's got an angle to kind of stun over for the 4. He might not have to. He might be able to kind of just punch it, maybe draw it into the 12 and take your cut on the 4. But if you do that, maybe difficult to get back on the 2 if the 15 gets in the way after that. Can't tell how much room's over there. Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if he tries to draw back for the 2 right now, just the way that 4 sits. Yeah, he's calling a safe. I'd like to develop the 2 ball a little bit better than it is right now, though. Yeah, see, I don't mind that as long as it doesn't go in. Oh, that is not a good situation for Dan. He did not want that ball to drop. Thank you so much. Did not want that ball to drop. Now he's got much fewer pawns to shoot at. Yeah, I like the way that Eric played that. I overlooked that right there. I was like, I was he gonna roll it, play the combo? Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what. Well, looks like the 4 might. Right. What's up, Tim? How you doing?
Good morning, everyone. Just want to give a quick shout out saying thank you, everyone, for tuning in and thank Justin for coming in.
I appreciate you.
Cool little info going on. So we had 68 players come out. We had 7 ladies out of the 68 come play. And out of those 7, 3 of them are still in the tournament. One of them is still on the winner side, being Simone Husky.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. Looks like Eric's just dominating over here, huh?
He's
Watching the bracket,
yeah,
5-0.
he's playing great, man.
Well, it looks like Dan's giving him easy outs, so easy opportunities.
He's made a few late mistakes for sure.
All right, here we go. Commentator Kurt.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Again, shout out to all our sponsors, Qualtech, Paradise Patio Furniture, Mike Gwynn, Realty One Group, Off the Rail Apparel. We can't thank you enough. Avalon Home Performance, our new sponsor. Gil Franco, please check him out. Anything home performance, anything you need. He's great to work with. Also, our man here, Justin Ray. Oh boy.
Wheels are falling off here for Dan, Tim.
Yeah. Early morning match on the winner side. At least he's still on the winner side.
Yep.
But again, digital pool, and again, our man Justin Ray here with Hydro's Glass, his father, and their new company. What is it coming out?
It's Concho River Billiards Co. We're trying to build tables. We'll see how it goes.
No worries. Well, anyways, just wanted to give you a shout out.
Oh, I appreciate it, man.
I hope everybody's enjoying it. And I got a 600 under qualifier for the $1,000 entry going on. We got 16 players. Actually, like I think 3 or 4 of them are from New Mexico.
Oh wow.
So that'll be interesting. But we're going to qualify 2 players because everybody went all in. So that's kind of cool. Again, just want to give you a shout out and update of what's going on. So keep up the great work, Justin. Strap in for a long day.
Yeah, figured as much. Eventually, you're gonna have to get me the payouts over here.
Yeah, I'll get that to you. I know first place all in is $2,480.
All right.
If you're not in any side pots, it's only paying 1,070. So that extra $50 really does mean a lot.
Oh, it's killer.
Sad part is you got to pay the entrance fee to get into the side pots.
Oh.
All right, everybody enjoy, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Tim. Yep. Yep. I do left, right. All right. Looks like Eric taking that one down 6-0. I think Dan looks.
Next matches will be loser side matches.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, looks like Dan got a little demoralized getting down. You can tell he shoots great. Just made a couple late mistakes there, and then when he got down, it kind of he was out of his game a little bit there. But anyways, I expect Dan to make a comeback. I can tell from his stroke. I can tell he's been playing well. But anyways, we got some loser side matches coming up here pretty quick, or B side, as they like to call them. So stay tuned for that. I'll be here for that. Reminder that far table over there, John Abondo, Cleveland, that is a winner side match as well. So they got another barrel. And I'm going to go ahead and hang up the headset for a second. And I'll see you guys shortly. All right, I'll let them finish their first game before I stepped in. I am back. They started without me noticing. Anyways, you got Jay Suko playing John. I would say his last name. I don't want to butcher it, I guess. Anyways, wow, that match over there with Cleveland and John Abondo is still going on. Eric and Dan's match finished, gosh, it seems like a good 45 minutes earlier. Anyways, looks like Jay taking the first one, going up 1-0. Score should update here in a second. Jay hit a pretty good shot there to get out of that rack. She got pretty close to her work on that last stripe. Tim filled me in on some information. He said Jay lost her first match of the day yesterday, clawed her way back, won numerous games, and now she's here in the money, fighting it out. Yeah, I love to see the heart. You know, a lot of people get a bit demoralized after losing the first one, knowing that their odds aren't great. Clearly, she's a bit of a grinder. If you know her, you knew that. They're having a lot of fun. You got James Maine and Chris Carpenter right next to me, and they're just laughing it up. Good shot there from John, getting that ball out of there. That wasn't easy. He shot a small gap to get out of there. Yeah, I guess those balls, I know it asking a lot. I guess that 3-ball combo didn't go because he obviously tried to run into it there. I don't think I've seen John play before. So we'll figure it out as we go. I can already tell a little bit of intensity about him. Continuing to try and make it work. I wonder if this combo does go. He called it. Might be a just in case deal. We'll see how it lines up here. I lined up perfect, but that 12's in trouble now. Cleveland trying to claw his way back over there. Balls don't sit great on that far table. Cleveland's 3 is tied up. However, John Abondo's stripe isn't in the best position. Yeah. Looks like John just opting to play a bit of a containing safe. Leave Jay some distance here. Leave her on the rail. I don't hate that. And now looking at the table, I think that was a pretty good save. She doesn't have anything easy. Doesn't seem like. Assuming she can't see the 1. Immediately, what I see is I would almost consider maybe just skimming the 6 so slightly off off to her right side, maybe putting the cue ball on that 12-5 over there. That would either force John to kick out a ball or move that one trouble ball that they both have. That would free things up for her. Now, well, not the worst result there. Tied up the 9 for him. John's fighting an uphill battle here. He's got the 12 tied up. He's got his 9 tied up. Jay's got everything on the table to shoot at. It's tough to hide from that. Can Jay shoot this 1-9 and put the cue ball on the 7? If she could do that, that would be an incredible shot. I just don't know if that's too much angle there. She can hit this one full enough. She can sneak this cue ball behind the 7. Yeah, didn't quite get there, but still a little bit of insurance with where the 12 sits. Don't think the 12 goes, so. He's calling, and I don't think he's got a good angle to really do anything, even if he does make this ball. But I mean, what else are you going to do? Tie something up? Tell you what, I'm glad I'm not John right now. Then he's in a world of hurt. Bad cue ball there. Gosh, it's hard. You'd like to do something. You'd like to do something like that and develop that 12 ball. Obviously, that situation didn't call for it. I don't think he could have even really seen it. But all right, we're gonna find out if that 12 goes anywhere. Does it slide by? He's looking at it. He doesn't love it. Still in a tough spot. He's looking at it from the side. I don't think it goes that way either. I think the 5 gets in the way. Maybe not. Yeah, the 5 really looks like it's in the way here. Just looking at it. If it goes, it's a good shot. It's a game-winning shot. Jay, in an attempt not to double hit that 6 ball, she short stroked it, just barely tapped the cue ball. We've all been guilty of that from time to time. Oh, that was a great shot. Did not look like it went from my angle, but really an incredible shot. Now he's got a chance to put himself on the board here. What do you guys do? You go with the high right ball here, or you draw it out back to the middle of the table? Looks like he's drawing it out. Anywhere over there by the 3 is just fine. Yeah, I really dug into that one. That was a great stroke. A little jumpy on it, but it worked out for him. And this is going to put John on the board, tying it up 1-1. These players only 1 point difference, so I expect a good match here. Yeah, that's a huge mistake from Jay. She was in such a good situation there. All you really had to do was find a rail, and you're likely going to have another great look at the table. A little bit of an error this far in the tournament. Those ones hurt. So, we have this program that we use. It's called it's Facebook and Facebook, I should say Zuckerberg, but Facebook shut us down a few times for like the copyright stuff for the music in the background. We downloaded this software called Crisp with a K. And it does a really good job at canceling out noise. I'm sure it picks up some noise here and there, but you got a whole entire dart league behind me. I can barely hear him in my headset, because I can hear everything I say in the headset and everything that gets picked up. Yeah, pretty good break there. Is he gonna have a look at? Yeah, I mean, the most realistic look is the 1 or the 4. He may be forced to go with solids here, which isn't the greatest, just with where the 8 ball sits. And that way the 3-5 sits. The 3-5 is not wired for the side pocket. Obviously, you can shoot the 3 in the corner and then take care of the 5 later, but they sit a touch funny. Yeah, in a perfect world, you'd like to shoot this 1, and then the 6, and then the 3, and then you play the 5 off of the 8, getting it off that rail, and making the 8 much easier, and then you can get out from there. He's calling the combo here. I think he might be trying to draw back a little bit more to get a better angle on the 6. Or if he thinks the combo goes, maybe he goes forward a little bit. Yeah, no, he was trying to draw back for a better angle on the 6. That's crazy how often that cue ball finds a side pocket from that angle. I mean, if you put the cue ball where it contacted that object ball, you could hardly shoot it in the side pocket from there, but it just seems like when you're playing for shape, it plays twice as big. Brutal roll. Just looking at all our options, obviously prioritizing that 8 over there. That 8 is on the rail, or at least close to it. So that takes the side pocket out of the equation. Looks like she's going to try and run into it here. I like this. You just don't want to roll funny on that 3-5, but you have a few insurance balls. I like that shot a lot. She had insurance in the 9. She had insurance on the 10 if it was on the other side. She's got the 11 that somewhat hanging. Really like that. Now the 8's available on the side. I think she'll likely pick off that 9-13 last just because of where the 8 goes on the side. At least one of them. That's what she's doing. 12 to the 10. And then 10 to the 13 or 9 with whatever lays best. Oh, really tried to cheat it to get above the 10 there. Bit of a mental error there from Jay. She'll tell you she performs that shot, executes that shot 9 times out of 10, if not even more. I meant to catch that 12 bit fuller. Doesn't want the 3 to get in his way. If it didn't, he's in pretty good shape. You can go 5-3-2-8 or 5-2-3-8. Just think he's kind of got the wrong angle on this 5. Unless he can hold it over there. Does that 3 sneak by? He's looking at it. I don't dare shoot the combo unless I absolutely have to. If it goes by, it's not a bad shot. Ah, yeah, I really liked the 5. I really liked the 5 first there. If he could have seen all of it. I don't know if he could have, but you can always come back for that 3. It did have a full pocket over there. Where's John from? I am not sure. Let me look him up in Fargo. I got you guys. I ain't got nothing better to do. John ALT Tucson. 553 from Tucson with 2,087 games. All right. She's in a pretty good spot. I like this cue ball to come off the rail a little bit, not that much. Oh my gosh. They've both made a few mistakes this rack. I've seen Jay play quite a bit. She's made numerous mistakes that she's favorite to get out of. At least in this rack alone. Obviously been playing well to make it this far, but both players off to a little bit of a rocky start. Yeah. I appreciate you, Brian. Thank you for your support. Yeah, it looks like we got about 26 active viewers. I mean, that usually by the end of it, when we get down to the final 4, that number usually jumps between 50 to 75 to sometimes 100 plus. Everyone's out playing their day tournaments right now. I know they got one over at JJ's. They have a chip tournament. I think that one started at 12:30. Tim's running a 600 and under with 16 players right next to us. I think it's a qualifier for some sort of event. I know Eddie runs a tournament over at Metro during the day on Sunday. Should be starting here pretty quick if it hasn't already. We're so blessed to play pool in Arizona. This is just one of the best. It's got to be the best amateur scene in the country. I haven't traveled a ton, but it really does feel that way. I mean, it seems like every street corner there's a tournament or a league going on. You know, you can make the argument, oh, we have a lot of handicap events. Well, I think that's what has encouraged and promoted all the players to get out and practice. They can kind of win in their division. If that makes sense. It's tough for me. I'm about a 630. Mike Quinn, don't you do that, bro. We're not doing this today. Oh, it's so funny. We appreciate all you guys tuning in. We appreciate Bullshooters for hosting this event once again. They have just been the best to us bull players out here on the west side. Like I say, good place to call home for us west siders. I think they added $1,000 to this event. We appreciate them for that. I'll shout out our sponsors here in a little bit when I can see the check and I can see all the names. You can obviously see the banners in the background. Mike Gwynn, Qualtech, Paradise Patio, Off the Rail Apparel, Digital Pool. I think Southwest Billiards is a sponsor. Avalon. I think that's Gil Franco. Oh, trying to cross the 13. She knew there was risk involved in that shot, and it was hard to avoid the double kiss on the cross. Hmm. Well, let's see. I don't want to jinx anything, but John should be out here. I mean, he's made a few mistakes. I think you can. I mean, they both have. Stream table has that effect on some people. Early morning pool has that effect on some people, but I imagine once you get a few of them out of the way, you start to feel a little bit more comfortable out there. You should be just fine. I like drawing this ball and trying to get straight in the side. I like stopping it and shooting in the corner like he's looking at. I think I see too many players try to draw it. That's just such a small window to draw it and try and shoot the 5 in the side. I know that's should go without saying, but I still see it a lot. You stop that thing right there. Maybe push it forward. Or, yeah, that's a good shot. Push it forward an inch or two. I was gonna say you hit it well. Even though you're on the rail, should feel pretty good about this one. Well, there it is. There's that hesitation we've seen on the stream table from time to time. Kind of doubting yourself a little bit. Watch the ball go all the way into the pocket. Been there 100 times over. Oh, good shot. Looks like John going up 2-1. Well, I'm sure they're both happy to get that rack out of the way. Angel, still working me here. I saw you message me. I got to read the whole thing, but I was busy setting up this morning. I think you said sometime in early to mid-April. Yeah, I should be available. I'll give you a better idea here in the next day or two, but Angel's coming into town to play a little bit. I'm willing to step up if I have the time to do it. Looks like that far table may have finally come to a conclusion. It's a longer match. And I started at the same time as Eric and Eric and Dan probably finished a good hour ago. You know, Jay's a pretty popular name out here. She's got quite the following. Got any Jay fans out there in the chat? It's been kind of lonely. Rich says I got a beer on Justin Ray. I think he's talking about playing for a little something. Maybe a beer or two. Can probably confirm the details when we get confirmation, but yeah. Really haven't had too many really open racks off the break. Seems like I think Jay's been going with the second ball break, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't paid enough attention, but I think she's been going with the second ball break, and balls are tending to cluster up a little bit, and the games are not lagging on, but you're seeing a few more safeties than we've seen in matches prior with players taking on the head-on break, trying to make those second balls in the side pockets. I know one of them was doing a second ball break. I couldn't. Well, I guess Jay didn't break this one, but I guess more so. We've seen some clusters. What are your thoughts on the Southwest Championship hosted in Winter Haven next to Yuma? That's a good question. What are you referring to as the Southwest Championship? Is that the one that Tim's running, or is that its own separate event? Oh, are you talking about? Hold on. You have to clarify with me a little bit. I'm kind of dumb. There's so many tournaments. Both balls have problems here. It's almost hard to talk about because it's just you gotta wait for it to develop a little bit more. And likely see some balls pushed around a little bit and some breakout shots until something develops here. This is really a tough rack on both ends. Oh yeah, yeah, I heard about that. No, I think that's cool, man. You know, I don't know enough about the situation. I heard they, I guess for lack of a better term, I heard they pissed a few people off and they got kind of and they had to go out and do their own thing. But I think it's really cool, man. What is it, an 8 ball event? Maybe worth the trip. Maybe worth getting a hotel out there and playing some champions. Yeah, you sent me that the other day. I was looking at that. I didn't get to read all the details, but that's interesting. There seems like that's the first event I've heard of them doing. I don't know if they're just getting back into it or if it's something that hmm, if it's something that has been in the works for a while. Oh, he almost made that ball. Well, left J tough. I don't see anything that's super accessible here. What's she gonna do? Back cut to 7 or play safe? Anticipate a safe here. What's up, brother? Take it down? Heck yeah, man. Looks like John Abondo took down Cleveland on that far table. That was a winner side match. So Cleveland, he's got another barrel. And trying to take the 7 on the side. That was a tough shot. She's trying to hold her cue ball on this bottom rail over here, but popped out a little bit. I think if John likes it, he can cut this 11 or even bank it if he wants to. Depends on what he feels offers the most positional value here. I'd almost consider banking this 11 and running into the 14. I don't. Yeah, he doesn't want to free up. I mean, as soon as he banks that 11, he opens up the pocket for that 1-2-5 over there. I think that's what he's trying to avoid. But I mean, you're in a bit of a tough situation. I guess she is too. You're in a bit of a tough situation. I don't mind being a bit aggressive on that one. You obviously prefer to lay up there, but I say defense wins championships, so he's here on day 2 for a reason. Oh, that's a great shot. I do believe she did call that combo. Bit of a two-way, knowing she was going to leave it on the rail, but now she's kind of saying no man's land. But maybe she thought she would control that four a little bit more off of that combo. Maybe have a look at it down table because obviously doesn't have much here on 5217. I do believe there is a $50 top woman prize. It sounds like, I want to say Leandria just got knocked out a match ago. So you have two left. You have, I want to say Simone Husky is her name. And of course, Jay at the table right here. We had 7 compete. I think Tim said 3 made it to day 2. And then there was 2. A little added bonus to that extra $50 if you get there. Of course, these women not looking at that $50 prize, they're looking at that big check. If you're in everything, I believe Tim said it's $2,480. Second place taking home a grand. There is a big difference though if you aren't in everything. I know Jay has had, I'd have to confirm with Tim, but Jay has had a record of not getting in the side pot. She likes to play for the trophy, not so much in it for the money. Can respect her for that. To which I respond, why don't you take the money too? Thank you. I mean, she's almost always there. She makes it to day 2 all the time. She's made it deep in these tournaments. When I was not as good, not that I'm good now, but when I was not as decent, when I was in the 400s, I never got in the side pot. Well, I did sometimes. Every once in a while, I was feeling I was feeling pretty good about myself. Walk in, feeling myself walking into a pool room, saying I'm gonna whoop up on all these 5 and 600s. And so I buy in the side pot and I go 2 and out every single time. But it seemed like every time I didn't get in the sides, I won, or at least finished second. Good rule of thumb. Big shot here. If he makes this bank, he's got a chance to get out. He's got a very good chance to get out. I enjoy watching John. He really enjoys this. You can tell he's got a little bit of a strut in his walk. He's obviously playing confident, wants to win this thing. Body language tells a lot. Go 10, 15, 8. He missed one of these rolling it earlier, which this shot pretty much calls for, but take that extra second, make sure that 10 goes down, that 15's hanging. You don't have to be perfect on your shape. Yep, that's good. It's a bit on the wrong side of this 15. He may be forced to take an angle on this 8. May load up with inside, kind of just roll it up there, and then take your angle on the 8. Yeah, just like that. Was able to hold it. That's not a terrible shot. Or not a terrible look at the 8. You just got to take your medicine there. I like that a lot. Try to get cute there. Something funny can happen. That's a good shot there from John. John going up 3-1. Cleaned up that rack pretty well. Remember, this is a loser side match or a B side match, so I don't hurt some people's egos. I call it B side when I'm there. When I'm on the winner side, it's always a loser side. But from behind the booth, I guess I can call it whatever I want. But anyways, this is a loser side match. Loser going home. Remember, Jay lost her first match yesterday. I was told she was under the impression it was a straight race to 6, and then her opponent got to 4 and went to go shake her hand, and she was like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "You lost." So, admittedly, she said, maybe she didn't play as tight, knowing that her opponent was on the hill, but learning lesson moving forward. But anyway, she's come all the way back from that, uh, seemingly dominating the field to get back to this spot. But John taking an early 3-1 lead here. Looks like John's going to take a quick break. He will be back in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that scoreboard on the back table just for a second since we don't have anything going on over there. That way you can see the bar. There was one time when me and Peter were commentating, and we tried to be all professional about it, but oh my gosh, it was a disaster. There was a fight at the bar, and the comments in the chat just went crazy. And we're trying to ignore it. And someone's like, "Yo, did we just see a fight in the background?" We're like, "We don't know what you're talking about." We almost had to shut down the stream. It was hilarious. You know what's funny about Bullshooters? It never looks like they have any security guards. Like, I don't know where they hide out, but whenever something gets stirred up, there's 3 or 4 guys dressed in uniform that come out of the woodworks that are bigger than any human I've ever seen escorting someone out. I'm like, like over at Metro, you got them all in uniform, patrolling and walking the floor and sitting at the front door, checking IDs as they come in. Over here, they just, man, it's like they're dressed in camo and hiding in the corner somewhere because whenever something happens, it doesn't take long. John to break, going with the head ball break. Let's see if we can get a little bit better of a spread. I like to see both these players can shoot. I like to see a little bit more blow for blow than the finicky safes going back and forth. Obviously, they're both part of the game, but it seems like both these players want to shoot. I'd like to see a little bit more of that. See Jay getting her rhythm, see John getting his rhythm. I think that as a viewer, that's my favorite pool to watch. I know they're more than capable. Yeah, much better spread here. If you can see the 14, he'll shoot the combo, it seems like. I don't know if... No. 10 ball's a little tricky down there. Hmm. Might be forced to take a 3-ball combo here. That's why he's kind of taking a look at this. Like, man, I just do not want to shoot a 3-ball combo. But, no, that's what's there. The 12 is close enough to a pocket. It basically feels like a 2-ball combo. Yeah. Pull that one off and tied up the 4. So we got another one of those racks. Mike, how you doing, bro? Oh my gosh. You're hilarious. You know we love you. Shout out to Mike Gwynn, one of our sponsors. I heard Jessica was over at JJ's. I'm assuming you are as well. Oh, that's a dumb question. Of course you are. You can see his banner over there on the left side. Mike Gwynn, Realty One. It seems like a few of these racks have been a little bit open, and then one ball rolls a little funny, and then all of a sudden there's just trouble everywhere. Much more a much different style than we saw from Eric's match. Eric and I believe his name was Dan Peterson. Eric and Dan, that was just, I mean, they both, well, I guess Eric was really the only one breaking, but Eric was breaking the balls phenomenally, and the spread was ridiculous, and whoever got to the table was just getting out. Dan made a few late mistakes, and Eric took advantage, but it seemed like Eric really cleaned up those open racks well. No, do not say that, Jessica. We're that is not happening. I hate him so much for that. Every time, not every time, but he sees me and he knows how much I hate Guinness, and it's a running joke. Pours a Guinness and sits it right in front of me. He knows I'm too nice to say no, but oh, it is just brutal. You can feel it. You can feel it in your veins. Hang with fish poop. Where did he get that name? I've heard people call him that forever. Where in the world did he get that name? That's hilarious. Jay saying, I'm in a bad spot. I'm gonna put you in a bad spot. I don't think it would have been the worst thing in the world to develop that nine a little bit. Not obviously not push the four for far enough to get out of there, but maybe separate that nine, give yourself a look at it. May have been his intention, unless he was just trying to get under the nine, which I probably think it was. Yeah, looked like Jay was trying to get underneath that 11, ran straight into it. Now John's got to look. John's looking at it saying, well, what's the benefit in running these balls? How am I going to break up that stack? How am I going to break up that 9-4 down there? Mhm. Nine looking a little bit better. The beauty of what he just did there is now the carom off of the 9 is available. So if he's kind of in the center of the table, you can carom off that 9, free up that 9, make that, I believe it's the 12, make that 12, and then you have the 15 after that. So then the 9 frees up, 12's down, got to look at the 15, you can continue your run from there, but the 10's still tied up over there unless it goes maybe in the side, but that's tight position. We'll see. Did it wiggle? It sure did not. So I like taking this 10 first if it goes. He's going to look at it on the side. Yeah, I like this a lot. So we're going to take, if it goes on the side, we're going to do that. If he, yeah, that 10 doesn't go anywhere. Maybe he just shoots the 11 and breaks up this 10. So if the 10 doesn't go, he's gonna break it up here, and then likely do what I said in a shot or two, carry him off the 9 into the 12. Oh, gotta make the ball first, John. Gotta make the ball first. Hey, you. Oh, no. This is not happening right now. Oh, who is it from? Mike Gwynn. Oh, my God. Thanks so much. Oh, I hate you so much, Mike. I swear to God, bro. Oh, uh, I can't do this right now. Yes, I got your package, Mike. Go away. God, you're lucky I'm too nice to pawn this thing off on somebody else. You're terrible. If you guys excuse me a second, I'm gonna go throw up. I think he's forced to take, no, I think he's forced to take the 15 here. I like taking the 15. I mean, her 4 ball's still tied up over there. The 3's covered from the 11. I'm being a little aggressive. You can bank the 14 or you can take the 15, but he's not going to do it. He's trying to get under the 15. No, that'll just, when you have a chance, I like maybe making something happen. I'm just going to try and get rid of his pawn over there, that hanging 11. Oh, yep, yep. That's Bobby Thomas. Thanks so much. Kind of. It's a joke. Yeah, I know, Bobby. I figured it out. I hate you guys so much. It's unbelievable. I don't know. I'm gonna commentate over here, vomiting my guts out, but I'll do my best. Both players, both players kind of relying on the other person to make a mistake or lose a little bit of patience, but none of them giving in. Both pushing balls around, hoping the other one makes a mistake, hoping the other one tries for a breakout, swings and misses, or something like that. But I think eventually one of these players has to try and develop what's out there. I don't think Jay's had much of an opportunity, but John's had a couple opportunities to make something happen. He's turned it down a few times. Oh my gosh. Oh, missed it altogether. All right, John. The carom is still in play. You can carom off the 9 into the 12. Oh, nice, create separation. This might work too. This might work too. He's talking about playing safe behind the 9 and pushing the 4 up a little bit. That way, create separation. That way, if he gets another ball in hand, he makes this run. That's not a lot of separation. You like, I mean, maybe it's enough, but you'd like a little bit more. I think Jay will continue to shoot at this 3 ball instead of the 4 because She still sees that as a tied up ball over there. No, nothing's gonna hit a rail there. I can either get that cue ball behind that 4-9, or we can carry him off that 9 and make that 12 like I've been saying. It's available. All right. I don't mean to be I don't mean to be that guy. It's time to sack up, John. Got a chance. Am I crazy? You guys watching this in the chat? Do you think is the carom not there? Is it because it's frozen that he's not taking it? Would you take that shot? I think jacking up, getting behind the 9 is asking a lot. I really think you can free up that 9 a little bit and just carom off the 9 into the 12. You have the 15 if you roll it slow. I could be crazy, but you guys see something else out there? Do you break it out? Like, I don't. He doesn't want to move it because of the 4 ball, but that 12 is hanging in the hole. What's up, brother? How are you? Good to see you, Eduardo. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Still early. Yeah. Gosh, he was looking at the 14 off of the 8 in the side. He's this whole rack. He's opted to play defensively. Then all of a sudden you take. Yeah, I thought so. He just refuses to move that 9 with where the 4 sits. Jay refuses to make a mistake of moving that 4 because he knows that John's not going to break it out for him. For her. Guess I worded that weird, but no, she knows that he's not going to do anything with that 9 until something else develops. Should get a timestamp on this game. All right. I'm going to step away for like 10 seconds. I'll be right back, guys. Just Mike Wynn. I hate you, bro. Back. Have we made any progress? We have not. Still like it. He looked at the Karen for the first time there. I still like it. 15's available. Got Simone Husky in the background. I don't think you guys can see her. She's sitting over there at the bar. She's watching intently. She was on the winner's side. I don't know if she got knocked to the backside or she's still A side over there. Hmm. I'd say I've had the privilege of playing her, but I wouldn't call it a privilege. Call it more of a unlucky draw. She shoots good. Yeah, he's real thin there. I think a little bit more angle on this 9 ball if you want to carry him into this 12. He obviously doesn't like it. I just well, developed it a little bit more. That should be a heck of a lot better there. Now, if he does get ball in hand, I don't know if he will, but if he does get ball in hand or at least a good look on one of these balls, this rack is runnable from here. So he created separation, which I think was he either had to do early on or take the carom early on. I think Jay's going to go 2 rails at this 3. Just plays a little bit bigger that way. Yeah, pretty good hit. Oh, John Sanchez, he cracked me up, man. All right. Oh my gosh. All right, how is he going to get on the 9? That's what he's looking at here. Is he going to push that 9 into the 4? It could prolong that could prolong this game another 10, 15 minutes if he does that. Obviously, both players trying to win, but I mean, at a certain point, you got to try and do something here. At least I think so. And I'd almost even consider it's tight position to get on that 9 over there. I'd almost consider banking that 9. So you go 14, 15, 9, bank on the 9, and then the 8 goes on the side. I know that's a touch more aggressive than these players have been playing, but bank sits well. It goes. If you can use one or two of these balls to get shape on it. You could even use the 15 to get shape on the bank. Yeah, that's not terrible. Yeah, that's not bad. Hmm. Well, finally made up his mind. Oh, it's just a little bit short. All the balls are free now. I like the idea. He took the 15 first. I don't know why I didn't see that, but that was the right shot if you were gonna bank that 9. Looks like she changed her mind and called the 3 ball. Think she's gonna do a combo into the 3. Four ball's in a little bit of trouble over there. All right, John's got a chance. Happy to get back to the table. This is the shot of the rack right here. Make this one, might as well call it a wrap. There it is. All right. That was a marathon. You guys you guys still hanging in there? All right, 8 ball side. John going up 4-1. It's when I'm not a one pocket player myself, but I hear it referenced a lot. When you get in those long defensive battles, you can't blame them for it. They want to make the money. They don't want to be the one to make the mistake. They want their opponent to be the one to make the mistake. That being said, I completely forgot where I was going with that. Jay's running to the restroom real quick, but oh yeah, know what I was saying. But I'm not a big one pocket player. But when he had to come with that shot on the 9, it's especially impressive because when you duck, 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 and all of a sudden you have the tough shot to get out of the rack, and then you dog it right in the rail. I'm more than guilty of that because you're kind of out of stroke. You've been tapping balls, tapping balls, tapping balls. Now you got to fire one in across the table. Good execution on John's part, going up 4-1 here. Bear with us. I don't control the score. It should update here in a second unless he hasn't done it already. I'm not in control of that, obviously. Ara, are you still hanging in there? I gotta give someone a hard time in between the break. Or Steven. Hold on, which one insulted me last time? I'm trying to figure out which one's my favorite twin today. All right, Dara. We can talk bad about Justin. Steven says, I'd love to see this match, but I wouldn't bet on Justin. Yeah, no, I don't like any of you guys today. Forget it. Forget what I said. Hmm. Okay, on our way back. Oh no, you're good. She came over and said sorry for her slow play. No, I don't mean to be too critical whenever I'm back here. I'm just back here behind the glass, being like, I want to see because I know that both players have more than capable and have the firepower. So I want to, I try to encourage it from back here in the booth. I'm like, let's see it. I want to see it. That's a selfish viewership perspective, I know, but I know a lot of money at stake here. You have a good $2,000 weekend. $2,480 if you're in everything you mentioned before. And on top of that, Jay's still playing for top female shooter. It's I don't want to say only $50. It is an added bonus, and the accolade itself. She does chase the trophies and the accolades. I think it's rewarding to her as well. So Tony Circa. Tony Circa obviously pulling for Jay. Says, "Turn it on, sis. Wax this cat." There we go. Stir it up in the chat a little bit. I want to hear it. You got the smoothest way of words, Tony. That's hilarious. Seeing if you can remove the template rack here. Should be fine. There's some separation there. Yeah, we might just leave it for now. Oh, Peter would be screaming if he was here with me right now. Whenever we sit together, and he just hates leaving the template rack on the table. It's like, get that thing off of there. But in Peter's old age, he's become increasingly more like that old guy that get off my lawn guy. So can't blame him. Sometimes he gets off his meds. Anyways, I was peeking to see if there's a gap between the 311 to shoot the 10. Likely throw some left English on this to throw it in. I think. I don't know if he's got a lot of room there. Hmm. What's up, Chuck? How you doing, bro? This is Justin, not Jared, but yeah. I wonder if Jared's playing at JJ's today. He had mentioned he wanted to go out for St. Patrick's Day. He might be over at JJ's playing in the tournament over there. He doesn't play a lot of pool now. He's saving up for his house and all that. But I know there's a pretty good crowd over there. Wouldn't be surprised to see him over there partying it up. Oh no, you're all good, man. Another rack with a few clusters here. I think stripes lay a touch better. Only thing you have to deal with in the stripes is that 15 ball. If you're feeling extra aggressive, you could shoot this 13 and go into the 15 now. Oh, I forgot she's solids, isn't she? My bad. But no, stripes laying a little bit better. And John, no stranger to tying things up when things don't lay completely his way. I just push this 13 a little bit. I almost like a, it sounds crazy, I almost like a stripe up table, over there by that 2-7. Because if Jay can get on those balls back there, she can play an absolutely devastating save. However, if you got a pawn up table down there that you can shoot at, it takes away that ball in hand safe that she's capable of playing on you. There you go, Chuck. Appreciate you, man. How you doing, brother? I don't mind this. You can move this 15 and then just kind of develop it, put it in a better spot. I know Jay's got enough problems out there. You're still favored to get to the table unless she comes with a miraculous breakout or something along those lines. But, three's in a tough spot. 5-6 is in a tough spot. There's some up and down to be had on the table. Gotta like your chances. I don't mind moving this 15. I don't want to tie it up. I don't think you push it up on that rail next to the 4. Still in a similar spot. You banked one similar to that, like that earlier. Missed it a little short, so maybe foreshadowing something happening here in a little bit. 11 freed up. You'd almost like to shoot this. No, I see. Looking at a 3-ball combo here. Particularly aggressive from John. I'd really be surprised to see him take that shot. Yeah. I was about to say he's played on the defensive side this whole set, and then just out of nowhere go on and take a 3-ball combo. It'd be completely out of what we've seen from him. I think you could really juice this ball. I think you can shoot this 14 and come 2 rails, maybe into the 3, and get a good look on this 13. I only say that because he keeps looking at the 15 like it goes in the side. I don't know if it does. The camera doesn't do it justice. The 15 is a little bit further off the rail than it appears. Hmm. You can kind of call this a free shot. Jake can try and break out the 6. You can kind of call this a free shot if you shoot the 15 at the side pocket here because, the 6 is still on that side rail over there. Hmm. And it looked like he left the 3 here. She got an angle. Does she have an angle to play this with inside? Maybe a touch inside and break out that 6? Maybe doesn't even have to do that. Maybe she can hit it thin enough to just play a high ball and run out of 6. But now's the time to free it up if you can do it. Yeah, she tried. Oh, did she get there? Does the 6 pass? If it does, now's the time to take it. And you're going to be likely left with a long shot. No, going to be left with a long shot. She knew that. That's okay. Got to come with it, though. Ah, that's a good stroke. It touches on what I was saying a little bit earlier. You know, ball's been pushed around a little bit these last couple racks. When she had to come with a shot when she needed it, she got it done. Yeah, I think she might be on the wrong side of this 5. She may be forced to come down and back up, and with that 13 there, it lays a little funny. Oh, she got away with it. Skimmed it. That's a good shot. Kind of, she might even punch this back and forth. Oh, she tried to hold it. Tried to hold it and ran out of spin. Yeah, she's looking at the bank in the side. Obviously, look out for the scratch here. She knows that. Just trying to draw beyond the scratch. Yeah, she was too afraid of hitting it. I don't say too afraid, but as thin as she had to kind of bank that, the corner pocket came into play, and she was afraid that that cue ball was getting a little close to that corner pocket. I don't blame her. Oh, Bobby, stop it, bro. I liked it better when you didn't have Facebook. Now it's like you're tracking me. You know what? No, it's not. But we're working here, man. You know me. Slow and steady wins the race, baby. Oh, Bobby Thomas and Mike Gwynn called the bar down here to give me the absolute rancid beer. And they know I'm too nice to say no. And it looks like this one's going to Jay here. 8 ball in the side pocket. About time for Jay to put up a crooked number here. Forward or two once this drops. Hard number over the phone. You guys are hilarious. Oh, you crack me up. Yeah, Jamie came over and made it a point to me. Oh, this was from Mike Wynn and somebody named Fish Poop. Do you know a Fish Poop? I'm like, yes, I know Bobby Thomas, and I hate both of them. They need to get some caller ID around here and stop answering your calls. Matter of fact, I might invest in it. Score update here in a second. It is 4-2. Just a little bit of a delay. That 15 passes. If it does, she'll take it right now. If not, she's going to have to go after the 12 here. Well, almost. You probably want to take the 12 first because the 15 passes the 6. So you want to go 12 first. I don't know what I was thinking. That's a good shot there. I just got to find out a good way to get either above the 13 or a look on the 11. Got some Jay fans in the chat. Big brother cheering Jay on from New Mexico. Happy to hear it. That's awesome. Trying to roll that ball. I don't know if maybe she was trying to run into the one to hold her cue ball there, but just ran a little bit too far. Nah, she's gesturing like it rolled off a little bit on her. Very possible on this table. I've seen it a few times. Kit, my man, how are you? I've been good, man. Been real good. Outside of Mike Gwynn, things have been looking up. I mean, even if you choose to jump, this is a tough jump. Gotta get over that 2 here. Yeah. Yeah, going with the full Q jump. I wonder if she does have a jump cue in the bag. I don't see one over there. Oh yeah, kid. Yeah, it's been an adventure for sure. We've had 107 roadblocks. Not many people know this, but we're actually almost done with the second table. A much less exotic pool table, but we're almost done with the second one. It's made out of knotty alder. We're gonna kind of do kind of the farmhouse or barn house, like whatever it's called, but that one's gonna be a bit more affordable and less exotic, but still equally as cool. But yeah, while we're at a standstill with pockets for the last month and a half, we're starting to build another one, and that one's on its way. I'll post pictures of that one. Yeah, I'll have two pool tables here pretty quick. And happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone out there. Thank you guys for tuning in to the 516 Under Tour over here at Bullshooters. This is the second stop of the new season. We've got quite a few stops. I'm going to be traveling a little bit. Bullshooters has always been the #1 place for us, but
I see you got your gift from Gwen and Fishbowl.
you know what, dude? I don't want to talk about it.
Hate calling over the phone.
I know, that's what they're telling me, dude. Oh, it's so sick. Jesus, I'm screaming in the background. Sorry, guys. You know, dart players. Oh, how about that for a shot? I'm getting great on the 2 here. Bit of a wrong angle, but yeah, he might even choose to go 3 first. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah, looks good from here. If we pop this cue ball off the rail a little bit. Is he going with the high ball? Kind of like punching this off the side rail a little bit. Getting full on this 2. You get full, you have a few options. You can slide over one way, or you can kind of push forward the other. I don't like too much of an angle here where your cue ball's running into the 15. And I just went with a high ball, opting to take a longer shot. It's a good shot. Push forward a little bit too much, but after that long straight into, this 8 ball has to look a lot easier than that one. Chuck Young, you can always tell a dart player, you just can't tell them very much. That's a good one, bro. I'm ready to use that one. Something nobody ever accused a dart player of was not having a good time, though. Those guys get after it. She could shoot this on the side. I think she's going down. There wasn't a lot of angle there. Yeah, she's gonna be forced to take the bank here. I'm gonna have to find a new place to do this. Good shot, Jay. Tightening up the match 4-3. John had a pretty good chance there. Just missed the 8 ball on the side. What's up, Chuck? How you doing, my man? Yeah. I guess there's a few people tuning in, so I guess I'll fill them in. This is a loser side match, a B side match, as they say. Loser of this one going home. They have been playing extremely tight, forcing their opponent to make an error. It's another break where there's multiple clusters, so buckle in. Better than you deserve. That's great to hear, Chuck. It sounds incredible because you deserve a whole lot, Chuck. All right. I don't think it gets any cornier than that. Anyways, I imagine this match has been a bit of a tester for both players as far as every single game has been a grind. There's been clusters, there's been multiple safeties, and what it seems like, the unfortunate part is it seems like half the time the person that wins the safety battle ends up making a mistake late in the rack, and then the other person takes advantage. So it's all that work. You battle and you battle and you battle, and then finally you got 2, 3, 4 balls to get out, and then rattle one up, and the other person takes it after all that work to gain one game. I was on my way to the restroom earlier, and I stopped by the scratcher machine, and grabbed a $5 scratcher, and I'm probably 1 for 72 over there. I'm not saying that you don't win. I know Tony Usic's probably up $20,000 on that machine over there. I'm probably like 1 for 72. Well, I took out a $5 scratcher and I hit winner, and then I went up there and I went to go cash it out. And she said I made $5. I've never been so excited in my entire life to get my money back out of that machine. It's been horrible. Thing's rigged. It's got like a camera and it knows when I'm coming or something. You guys gotta fill me in or something. Is there a code that you enter before you get there that it knows that gives out the winning tickets? I've almost put up a goose egg for 72 tickets. They say they're 1 and 3, 1 and 4, but my goodness. This- I've quit then. Yes, sir. All right, well, at least the balls are developed a little bit here. 15's trouble in the stripes. That 7-6 is a little bit of trouble with the solids. Maybe even that 5. 5 does have a pocket over there. Maybe 2. We'll see as this rack progresses. Jay calling the bank on the 1. Guess he can. No, we'll see. All right, let's see what John has in store for this 15 ball on the side rail over here. All right, I am officially taking on this gift from Mike Wynn. You're right, Chuck. I've never seen someone. I'm sure he's one of those guys that always talks about that only talks about his wins, but every time I'm here, he hits 2 to 500 in there. I've seen him personally, me being in the same room watching him put money in the machine. He's up maybe 5 grand. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I know it sounds far-fetched. It's unless he's slipping $100 bills in there when I'm not looking, he is up big. Man, I'm probably lying. I don't know. It seems like it though. Yeah, I'm such like I like running into this here. You can't really hold your cue ball. I like playing some inside and running into this 14-8 and hoping for the best here. I mean, you got a decent chance, and if you break it out well and stop your cue ball, more often than not, you get a good result here. Put some inside on it, run into the stack. He's looking at rolling this and playing safe. I think Jay's just got too many balls out there on the table. I don't love playing safe here. I mean, she's got the 1 there. She's got and you owe 20K to the machine gods. You're right. They do they It's such a good strategic move by the bar to put the scratcher machine on the way to the restroom. It's like people with a gambling problem like myself can't help themselves. You're walking over there and you're like, oh, I'll do that. Oh, how'd he hit it? Oh, he drilled. Did he get hooked? He called it pretty quick. Maybe he didn't. If that point doesn't catch him here, he's favored to go up 5-3, put himself on the hill in this match. Great shot there. Yeah, it's pretty straight look at eight in the side here. Like what he did there, he kind of collected himself before he got down on this 8. He wanted to get down on it right away, you could tell, but he stood up and said, nope, I've made that mistake before. Gonna chalk it up, take my time, right in the back of the pocket. Here we go. Have to have dead money in any game. Thanks for playing, Mr. Ray. Yeah, right, Chuck. All right, looks like John's on the hill. 5-3. John breaking. We're gonna have to go ahead and buckle in today. I'm in for a long one, Chuck. Just gonna go out and say it. I'm not gonna make it to your tournament. It's not even gonna be close. And I'm not speaking on this match. I'm speaking in general. We walked in. There's 24 players still, so we're I'm in for the long haul, which is for the best. I've never cashed in that tournament after commentating all day. I think I did once, but man, it's been impossible. Yeah, looks like nothing doing. Whoever wins will. Well, Chuck, if someone's got to win, I'm pulling for you. If you play. 5-1 do pass each other in the other corner. So where her hand's at over there, they do go in that corner. She might be playing for that now. You can take care of both of them right now if you choose to do so. Rack doesn't lay terrible. The 6 lays a little funny over there. Shut up, Chuck. Don't you do that to me. Oh, you're hilarious. Tony Circus says, let's go, Jay. And Jay's had numerous fans in the chat. I think that always speaks to someone's character when they when somebody's out there playing and you got 13 people cheering for them. You kind of know who they are as a person. For those tuning in, the big check today, if you are in all the sides, is $2,480. Second place making a grand. But a big winner take all side pot today. So It was worth getting in the side. If you win this tournament, and you did not get in the winner take all or the side pots, then second place will take a pretty decent chunk more than you. At least I believe so. Curious to hear your guys' insight if you guys are listening or have the option to hop in the chat for a little bit. I'm curious. So if you're in Jay's situation, and I asked this question a few times, if you're in Jay's situation, do you feel like when you do you stick to your game plan? Do you stick to the way you've played all tournament long, or when you get down, do you feel like you kind of have to force something to happen? Almost defy the odds in a sense. Like maybe be a touch more aggressive, or maybe even defensive, or maybe change up the game plan a little bit when you're trailing in a set. I'm just trying to engage with the chat a little bit. It's been a long day over here. But I've always been curious on other people's mentality. When I get down, like especially if I'm like in a race to 7 and I get down like 5-1, 5-2 or something like that, more often than not, I feel like I gotta make something happen. I start taking, nah, it's probably wrong, but I start taking flyers on some shots to get myself back in the match. Kind of tell that Jay's, I said a little early on, this when you get into all these safety battles, it's kind of a battle of patience. It kind of seems like Jay's run a little bit low on the patience side. She's getting down a lot quicker on her balls than we've seen earlier in the match. Not necessarily defeated, I don't think. It's just more so like trying to develop something and get this rack on the move. He's got an angle. He can go forward with this. Just bump the 8, take the 11 in the side. Just roll into the 8, I think. Just push it a little, and then you have the 11 in the side, and then you either have a breakout on the 9, or you can go forward with it and shoot the 9 in the corner. Or go a little bit too far. Yeah, not the best case scenario for John here. Little glimmer of hope from Jay. Looks like he's going to shoot this 11 in. He's calling it. He's going to play it off of the 2. And attempt to hold his cue ball here. And a pretty good shot. Can he cut it, or has he got to bank it? He's calling the cut. This could do it if he makes this one. Oh, just missed it. Man, this almost looks like a drill. Ball side by side by side on one rail. Oh no, Jay. Well, she might have got away with it. Unless there's a gap between that 2-6, he's going to peek at it. Yep, no gap. Sensing a touch of frustration from Jay, just the way this set's gone. Just gotta realize she's not out of this one. Still has a chance. 8-ball sits funny. He's completely locked on it. I mean, he's in a really bad spot on this 9. I mean, I don't think I've seen him even bring out a jump cue. He may not own one. So I don't think he's going with the jump. Kicking off the side rail into a tiny window. Oh, no, he's trying to kick past it. I guess maybe draw it. Looks like he's going. No, is he trying to shoot that gap? I don't know. This really doesn't look like the shot is there. I don't think he can get close with this. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Jay will take the 3 first here. You go 3-6-2 or 3-2-6, whatever she chooses. The 3's going first for sure. For sure. Yep. Jay to stay alive. Which makes this 2. You really don't have to do too much of those key balls. Get it out in the center of the table. Oh, just get it out in the center of the table. Oh, that's like the worst angle. The good news for her is she's not going to leave him much if she misses. I mean, she might, but it's going to be long. Oh, good shot. All right. Tighten up the race. 5-4. CFJ after getting that one out of the way. She seemed a bit quicker there. Not disinterested, but you can kind of sense a little bit that she's frustrated with the way things have gone. So let's see if she can, now that she can kind of a little bit closer to the finish line and tightening up this race, let's see if she can kind of pull it together and pull out her game we know she has. She's got a lot of people following her in the chat, wanting to see her win. You guys know me, I just want to see a tight race here. It is 5-4. More clusters. I'm a little bit surprised with Jay. I'm a little bit surprised with her. I know she's a good shooter. I'm a little bit surprised she hasn't gone to gone to more of a head ball break, because there's arguably not too many or nobody in this tournament that can really run them out like she does. She's a good run up. I mean, she's a very well-rounded player from everything I've seen, but she can really run them out when she has to. Oh, that worked out pretty good. I'm surprised she doesn't opt to go for a break that gives her a little bit more of a spread. Because I think if you're going blow for blow, shot for shot, I think it's going to be hard to beat somebody like Jay. Maybe if she moves on, she makes the necessary adjustment to change it up. I'm not sure. It's a personal opinion. Obviously, she's made it this far with the second ball break. She's she is more than capable of outsmarting her opponents in those situations, but you know, that's the thing about the second ball break. When you second ball break, the balls are headed more in a horizontal direction in a sense. So they kind of go off the side rail and back into each other. When you do more of a head ball break from the center of the table, they're tracking in a more vertical direction and they spread along long ways of the table. At least that's the way I interpret it. You just I think maybe she's just had more success making a ball that way.
That's what I trip, 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 trip.
Tony, I'm gonna pretend like I'm saying that right. Tell me I'm saying it wrong. Cleveland? Cleveland? Uh, don't hit me with the Cleavon or something right now. My ego can't handle it. But got some J supporters out there. Seeing her tighten up this race. She's playing with some heart. Love to see it. Hmm.
I wanted one more.
Very effective save there from Jay. Good shot to get herself back in this. I don't have any skin in the game here. You know, obviously I want to see a good match, but it's hard not to pull for Jay's I wouldn't call her an underdog, but it's hard not to pull for someone that was down as much as she was to come back and fight her way through. I mean, she lost her first match, she clawed her way all the way back through. Now she was down big in this set, she clawed her way back through. It's almost hard not to pull for her at this point. She's showing a lot of heart out there. She's far from giving up. Well, John's trying to figure out how can he skim this ball and play safe. There's not a whole lot out there. Ah, he's kicking at it. Little dangerous here. All right, let's see that. Let's see that J stroke. I say J stroke. I have no idea what she's gonna do here. Oh, love this. All right, here it comes. She's gonna cross it. She's gonna cross it so she can come down for the 5. This is what I've been waiting for. This is why, you know, when you heard me give him a little bit of a hard time for not breaking stuff out earlier, I this is what I've been looking for. I want to see the shot making. Ah, I should let up on that one a little bit. I think maybe it was partially a two-way on her part. She was trying to get all the way down the bottom rail and leave, but even then the 14 was hanging. So I think she may have just let up on that one a little bit.
Great shooting.
John's got a chance to put it away. He's got a real thin cut on this 14. Is he choosing to take it on? No, he's going with the safe option. I think Jay's kind of in a spot. Is it a scratch if she shoots it to the other corner? I think it is. So if she tries to shoot the 3 over there by the 5 and the 8, kind of. If she tries to shoot the 3 over there, I think that side pocket plays huge. Going with a safe. Is this cue ball going to give up on the 5? I can't tell if you can see that. What is that, the 13? I can't tell, 12 or 13. Can't even see the color of the ball from here. Our glass is so scratched up. All right, Jay. If you can see that 5, do you dare take it on, or are you playing safe here? I don't know if she can see it. There is a hero shot if she can cut this in. It can kind of come with a little bit of inside. Come around a few rails, I think. I think that's the way I'd play it. That can get a little weird on you now that I think about it. Gosh. It's just hard to play safe here because if you if you do play safe, you want to knock that 5 closer to a corner pocket, making his return safe even more difficult. Because if you leave that 5 ball where it's at, he's just gonna glance off a side of the ball, put the cue ball up table, and you're gonna be in the same position in a really bad spot. So you either gotta move it closer to a pocket, I think, and somehow manufacture a safe, which I don't see a whole lot of, or you gotta come with the hero shot on this 5 if she can see it. She's looking at kicking at this 5 from underneath. The problem here is he can just glance off. Oh, she missed them both. She didn't there. He's got a chance to get out. He'll take this. He'll take that ball over there by the 3 first, and then try to run out. Doesn't go that way. He could have asked me that. I would have told him. Yeah. There we go. I'd argue he's one good shot away from getting out. Just got to get get a good look on this 15. Yeah, pretty good shot. He's just happy that he's off the rail. Pretty routine from here. Just keeping your nerves under control after this marathon we've been in this set. And despite what happens, I'm super proud of Jay for everything that she's overcome in this tournament. She really showed a lot of fight, showed a lot of heart. Good shot. That's going to do it. John is moving on. Jay is eliminated. Well, despite everything, Jay, congratulations on coming back from losing your first one. I think a lot of us pool players can learn something from that, myself included. Sometimes I get a little discouraged after that and put up absolutely no fight. But happy to see it. John, moving on. I'm sure we'll have a match coming up here real shortly. I think the tournament was at a little bit of a standstill with that one match there. So I think we can move forward now. Anyways, thanks everyone for tuning in, and I will be back shortly. Sorry about that, guys. I need to take a quick break in between matches. All right. So we have two winner side matches. On that far table, we got Eric Danowitz, who just put an absolute clinic on Dan Peterson earlier, beating him 6-0 in what felt like 20 minutes. A little bit longer than that, obviously. Playing John Abondo. John having a lot of confidence coming into this. I talked to him a little bit earlier. He's ready to win this thing, but he's got his hands full over there with Eric, who has just been playing hot. And then on the main table up front, you got Mike Chapa playing Emilio. I see, and that's only going to be a 6-5 race. So Emilio going to 5, Mike Chapa going to 6. Got an Emilio fan in the chat, got a Chop fan in the chat. It looks like Mike Chapa taking down the first game. So we got 1-0 on both tables. It says Mike Chapa slaughtered me in that player appreciation tournament. I think a lot of people have had a similar experience. I think I did pretty good in that one. I think I think I ended up finishing. There were like 70 something players, and I think I ended up finishing second to Avery. I tried to double dip him, and I beat him the first set, and then I ended up losing Hill the second set. That was a battle. I really enjoyed that time with Avery. He's a good dude. He's a good dude too. We had fun with it. But one heck of a battle for sure. All right. My first time seeing Emilio play. Good, and let me look him up real quick. That's the thing about Fargo, man. There's no such thing as hustlers anymore. You just got a number associated with your name no matter where you go. He is from Mesa, Arizona. At least that's what his Fargo says. 96 players in that? And I finished second. That's awesome. You know what was crazy about that? I knew my run was going to come to an end because I was on the backside. And then Simone Husky, I believe it was Simone Husky. Simone Husky was playing Joven. And I just knew, like, I knew I was going to play Joven in the morning. And I was just going to get smoked. And then I wake up in the morning to see, to see what time I play Joven at and what table. And it said Simone Husky next to it. She knocked him out of the tournament. She beat him like 4-3. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I was able, I was fortunate enough to get past Simone, and then ran over a few killers, Bobby Thomas, Mike Hammond, a few of those guys, and ran into the buzzsaw that they call Avery, and I couldn't close the deal, but I got close, man. I was pretty proud of that one. Right. All right. Looks like John Abondo's racking on that far table. Looks like he went up 2-0, or not 2-0, tied it up 1-1. I apologize. And it's a winter break format. This is just regular BCA 8-ball. You scratch, ball in hand. Scratch on the 8 is only a loss if you make the 8 as well. Paul's pretty good here outside of that 11. If you can figure out that 11, he should be able to get out from here. Tied up is 12. That's brutal. That's something I had to learn early on. We all have, but obviously, it just seems like if you can avoid moving balls, you do it because weird stuff like that happens more than it doesn't. Oh, Ralph, that's awesome. Hey, Ralph, thank you for the beer, man. I heard I didn't get a chance to thank you. I've been in the booth all day, but I appreciate you, man. I really do. You've been nothing but kind towards me, and I owe you big time, bro. Yeah, Bobby Thomas is a force to be reckoned with. Pretty effective safe right there. I mean, he doesn't. Mike Choppa doesn't have much here. Is he looking at a jump through all that? Is that what he's kind of peeking at? I don't think there's a gap. Is there a gap? It's so funny talking to myself. I'm like working it out in my own mind. All right. Let's see. Pretty cool tournament happening off over here to the side. They're having a 600 and under qualifier tournament. The two top players get like a free qualifier to an event, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but that's pretty cool. Mike trying to come 2 rails at this 12 here. And oh, I don't think he did it. Yeah, that's a good call. Good sportsmanship. Too many guys that see a bad hit and just start walking away and assume that you know, or try and get away with it. So appreciate that for guys like Mike. Just gonna have to figure out that 7 ball down there. Should be able to take care of the 3-2 right now. Ooh, got a little funny on that. I think he was leaving himself for the side, but I think he's a little steep. Shouldn't be a huge problem, but just a little uncomfortable. That's all. Maybe he was intentionally leaving himself an angle to get down table. That's a good shot. He's got a chance to run into the 7 here. I don't mind it, but the problem is if you clip the 7 wrong, this can roll funny on you. I I think it's worth the risk here. I think you got to come into the 7 here. Yeah, well, nope, 7 rolled good. He's got it. I believe. We're trying to get back on this 4. Is he going to hold it with inside and try and shoot it tight in the side? Is he going to try and shoot the small gap between the 4 and the 8 and shoot it there? He's looking at it inside. He's going to try and make it right here. No? Tough spot to be in. Could use the 6 to get a slightly better angle on the 4, but you risk getting weirder than it already is, so there's some risk involved. Now he got a better angle at the side. That's a good shot right there. Now, obviously not easy, but easier. You gotta do it. No, that's a good shot. How close is he to 8? There's a gap there. Yeah, he was really just focusing on making that 4. Obviously, he was thinking about shape on the 8, but so much emphasis needs to be put into making that 4 the way it's sat. Sometimes you lose exactly where your cue ball needs to be. That's a great shot there from Emilio. That's going to get him on the board, tie this thing up 1-1. Remember, Emilio only goes to 5, so it's a 5-4 race from here. Or yeah, 5-4 race from here. As a player that gives up a spot sometimes from time to time, I think if I'm Mike Choppa, my mindset is really getting rid of that 1-game spot as fast as possible. You don't want to leave it towards the end of the set. You know, you're 4-4, he's on the hill, now you need 2. You'd like to get up 2 or 3, and then you guys can go blow for blow and you can run away with it. But I think that, if I'm Mike, that's my mindset coming into it. But the small sample size I've seen from Emilio, I'm pretty impressed. So I think that's going to be a tall ask here. Yeah, dry break. Much bit of a different spread than we saw when we saw Jay and I believe his name was John playing. We saw Jay and John. There was clusters almost every single break. Maybe even intentionally from time to time. I'm not 100% sure. But I think both these players have a pretty decent break in their back pocket. I think we're gonna see a lot more runouts in this set than we did in the last. I feel like I was having a stroke trying to get those words out. Jesus. Hope you guys are buckled in. We're in it for the long haul. I believe these are the last 4 on the winner side. The winner of these 2 tables playing each other for what I believe to be the hot seat. So buckle in. We're here for a little bit. He didn't do a whole lot for the cause here. He doesn't have much. Oh, no. It looks like you can see the one. Sees the one, breaks out the four. Didn't think that was even a little possible. Good shot there for Mike. But was he rewarded? Ah, the 8-ball might be tied up now. I'm not sure. I'm looking right down the line on this three. I don't know if it goes, and even if it does, I don't know if it's worth taking. But the three is closer to going than it looks. He can see a full three. I just don't know if he can catch a little bit of the right side or maybe even throw it in. Even if he can, then what? Going with the five. Almost forgot that ball was there. I was so fixated on if that three went. Chop has got fans at home. Desiree Klein says, "Great job, Chop." Is that his nickname, Chop? I love that. That's awesome. I'll never be able to call him anything else. I believe there's a little gap there. I think he's got room to cut this if he chooses to do so. Trying to figure out where I'm going to leave my cue ball to give myself any realistic look at a ball down table, though. It's not easy. He's got to cut this a little bit further to the left than it looks on camera. Yeah, you see how much he's cutting this? Really got to slice this thing. It almost wanted to go into the 10 pretty full. Yeah, looks like he's going to call the. Looks like he's calling the combo here. This combo has a little bit of potential. Some good things can happen out of this. It's a risky shot, sure. I need a cough button. Oh, all right. If that 14 goes on the side, I think now's the time to take it. He's going to look at it. I think it does, because if it didn't, I think he may have tried to go after it. So it must go. Yeah, that's a good shot there from Emilio. Now Brianna says, let's go Emilio and Eric. What, you can't choose? You got two ponies in this race or what? I'm just kidding with him. Without Peter in the booth, I gotta yell at everyone else. That 12 must be tight. He's really taking a long look at it. Oh, how about that? That's that 486 speed right there. I'm just kidding. Just thinning a ball coming off the rail, getting the cue ball perfect speed underneath the 12. You can't hit a ball better than that. Great shot, Emilio. Yeah, looks like he's getting the 12 on the way out. Gonna be ball in hand for Emilio here. He very well deserved that after a safety like that. I'm particularly impressed with his vision at the table. It's, from what I've seen, I'm not always right, but from what I've seen, he's got great vision at the table. His patterns are pretty good. Decent cue ball control. Very seldom does he take an obviously bad shot. I haven't seen any yet. He's just, or the wrong one, I should say, but really working the rack well. He's looking at going forward with this and shooting the 9 in the side. Don't mind that. You don't want to be too thin on the 9. "13 passes as well." Yeah, he just went to go look at that. Guess he's in my head. 13 passes as well if you go too far, so that's not a problem. Yeah, he might have went a little too far, so he might be forced to take the 13 here, which is just fine. It looks like you can see enough of the 9. It's a good shot if you can. You just roll that thing in there. Great shot. I'd argue that from what I've seen from Emilio, he's played well above his speed in these first 2 games. Or first 3 games, really. At least when he's had a look. It tells you the time he's putting in. I'm assuming. Good shot. Of course, I say all that. He's got to dog this ball right into the rail, right? I had to say something. That's what I do. Ruining careers out here, really. Yeah, I had to do it. I'm sorry, Emilio. You didn't have a chance when I started talking nice about you. It is my curse. I wouldn't be surprised if Choppa just plays safe behind this 4 off the 6. I mean, it's not the worst option in the world. It can get weird on you if he doesn't have a immediately easy shot. You can just roll off the left side of the 6 and just park him right on the 4. Only problem there is if he kind of rolls a kick shot into the 8, you got a long look at the 3 balls down table. I think that's what he's gonna do. I don't think he's gonna slice this in. He could have hit that. He could have hit that 6 much fuller and got closer to the 4. I think maybe, unless he didn't want the 6 to get in the way of the 4. That's probably his mentality there. Now that I think about it, not a terrible idea, but sorry, all you Emilio fans. I had to jinx him. Hmm. Dang, John Abondo taking an early 2-1 lead over there on Eric. That's pretty impressive. Eric's been playing just phenomenal. I think I say it every time, but that it's a good match over there, though. It's so funny, John Abondo. Oh no, it's 3-1. Wow, that's huge. I was talking to John, and he's like, I walked in this morning, and I'm like, you still here? He's like, yeah, man, I'm still winning. I'm like, what do you mean you're still winning? You're on the front side? And it's like, yeah, man, he's like, I'm on the winner's side. I'm like, what kind of draw did you have to get on the winners to stay on the winner's side for an entire day? He's like, what are you talking about, man? I'm a 547. I'm like fifth highest rate in this tournament. If DraftKings had me, they'd have me at minus 250. Like, shut up, bro. Uh-oh. Is he gonna leave him a look? Not sure. If he did not leave him a look, we're gonna find out if Emilio has a jump cue in his bag. He's squinting. Might go. It's tight for sure. Oh, good shot. I've always found the second 8 balls a lot easier than the first one because you don't feel like you deserve the second one, you know? It's not as much pressure. I don't know. That's just my mental weakness side of things, but there's always adrenaline pumping when you make a real good out and you're on the stream and you bank a ball, you carom a ball, you combo a ball, and then you get down to the 8 and you got a long straight in 8 and you're sitting there and you're like, your adrenaline's pumping because you did everything you weren't supposed to. Like, not supposed to, but you defied the odds and got out of a tough rack. Now your adrenaline's pumping and you missed the first 8. And then the second look at an 8, you're sitting there and you're like, man, this is a cake. So I didn't have to work as hard for this one. Oh, good break there. Second ball is tracking towards the side pockets, making them. Key ball came down table a little bit. Should be just fine, though. I think he's going to be forced to take solids here. Likely shoot that 6 in the side, I think. If the 2, I can't tell what kind of angle he has on the 6. I was about to say if he's straight on the 6, he could draw back and shoot the 2 or the 7, take care of that problem right then and there. But I think he's kind of got the wrong angle for that. I missed it altogether. Open table. It wasn't going in, and right after he stroked it, he really watched that one all the way down to the pocket. He's gonna try and throw this in with some left. I don't think he can see enough of this 5 to really make it with the center ball. Threw it in with some left. 2 ball in a bad spot. Ah. This sounds crazy, but as good as Emilio's shooting, I mean, he's really made almost everything he's shot at. I'd almost consider banking that 2 right now. It lays really good for it. I don't like playing safe on it and shooting the 2 into the 9 there. I really think he had a chance to play a pretty good straightforward bank shot there. And basically have the same shot he just took on that long 7 anyways. And you take care of that ball down there. But that'll work. Does he run into the 6 here? I don't mind it if you kick it out to the center of the table. Oh, unless it gets weird on you, you gotta hit it full. I didn't mind using that as a stopper for the 4 and then kick the 6 out of there so the window of position wasn't tight. Like, he may be able to see enough of the 4 here. He might be alright. It looks like he does. Oh, good shot there, trying to get on the 2. Did he do it? He did not. He's gonna get right up on that 2. Like I said, he had a good chance to. He had a pretty good chance earlier on to bank that ball in. I know banks are somewhat low percentage, but I mean, playing a guy like Choppa, he's favored to get out on you if you don't play a really good safe. He's looking at thinning this ball and just making the 9. But he's gonna leave Choppa a shot in the side pocket here. That's playing with fire. Based on the angle that Choppa's got on this 15, I think he's just gonna kind of draw it out and take the 8 in the same pocket. That's just fine. You just don't want the 6 ball in your life. Yeah, good shot. Yeah, I think Emilio just felt like that was his, I'm gonna leave him in the pocket. I'm gonna make him shoot a tough shot in the side pocket because I'm at such a deficit here. I'm in a bad spot. What's up, dude?
Make me sure that I'm gonna yell at Tim. Everybody went on. It was black. I went and told him about it. I said, my family's trying to look for me. He said, I turned it off. It's all good. You good? You good? Hungry? Hungry?
We are back. Tim came back to inform me. We're reaching, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark. We are on an 8-hour time limit. So that being said, we're gonna go ahead and finish these either one or both of these matches out. But we're gonna finish these matches out and then shut it down, and then we'll get it restarted. And by the time it gets restarted, we'll be down to the final 8. We'll be playing out the loser side, And the hot seat match will be followed shortly after that. So there you go. That's inside scoop, yo. Emilio's got problems in that 11, I think. 11 and 14. Kind of a tough spot to be in, really. 14's not really headed in a good direction. It's tough to get shape on a ball if you bump into the 14 on the way out. Yeah, just like that. There's just not a whole lot there, even if you run into that 14. He knew that, but he took a chance. You know, sometimes those breakouts break out a little funny in a good way. He took the risk. Now he's going to be forced to play some level of safe. Hmm. Yeah, he's blocking the 2-3, but I think Choppa's got the 4 down table. Like he's going one rail at this 14. And left a combo there for Choppa if he chooses to take it. He might not, just because that 5 and the 6 are in a tough spot with where the 12's at. Unless they pass the 12, then I think you have to take the combo on the 2. But if the 5 passes the 4 up table, you might see him take it right now. Hmm. Now Choppa. Mike's got the 14 covered with the 2 in that pocket, so gonna have to see what Emilio can manufacture out of this. If you're feeling really good, you could. Can he slice this thing in? I was about to say, if you're feeling really good, you could almost bank the 11, shoot the gap. Now this is a hero shot, but you could bank the 11, shoot the gap between the 7-6 with the cue ball. You know, at least hit that window, which is the dumb shot. Admittedly, I will say that, but because I would do it, so I know it's dumb. And then try to shoot the 12 and then the 14 up table, but El Chapo. Oh, like Chapa's got all kinds of nicknames in the chat. We got Chop, we got El Chapo. How many more you got in the barrel out there? Ernest, my man, how you doing, brother? Oh, that was a real good shot there. What I really like about that shot is he left himself plenty of options. You know, he left himself to 1, he left himself to 3, he left himself to 7, to 6. That's just playing area for shape. I like it a lot. Oh, well, good news for him is Emilio's got all kinds of balls covered up here. I mean, the 2's blocking the 14, 11, and 12. I think it's about time Emilio picks off one of these balls. He tries to find some way to play safe. Oh, that 14 snuck right by that 2. Didn't do him a whole lot of good, but it definitely went. The thing looked like it was hanging from here. I don't know about you guys. Desiree says chopper. Oh my gosh. You guys crack me up. Gonna skim off this 12 and try to make the 2. No, pushing the 12 into the 3. Didn't quite get there though. The 3 still looks like it's available down the rail. Old Mike has a chance to run these out if he chooses to do so. Right, this is a runnable table. It's a little funky with where the 6-7 sits, but shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. Yeah, that 8 lays a little funny too, I guess, if it doesn't pass the 11, but can't tell from our angle. Need an overhead camera or something. Oh, maybe that. Yeah, maybe that 3 didn't go. He chose to run into it. Bit of change of pace from the last match we saw. Jay and John. John definitely on the defensive side of things. Oh, John Abondo's taking a huge lead over Eric over there. That's huge. You know, I harp on it a lot, but just the way Eric came in here this morning, just putting on a clinic, winning 6-0 in what felt like no time. Remember, these are both winner side matches. They don't win here. All players I've seen from here are more than capable of coming back. But the kick on the 12 ball missed it completely. Does Choppa shoot this 5 and draws cue ball out of there, or does he do? You know what? Or does he shoot the 3 ball combo? I know that sounds crazy, but I may not even be the worst thing in the world. You clear the 11 that way. I think you'll clear the 7. No, he just drew it out that way. That's fine. It's probably the right shot. I'm just trying to think out loud, trying to figure this one out. Good shot, good angle on the 3 to get down for the 6. And you don't want to be straight on the 6. Just roll forward up the rail. That's not a lot of angle. Yeah, I got straight, I guess. Might have been able to cheat it a little bit. Oh, these dart players. They're like 4 feet away from me behind me. Getting after it. Now, meanwhile, Mike going up 3-2, taking care of that 1 game spot. Emilio is taken. Emilio only going to 5. Pretty good out there. I like what he did with that 5. He took ball in hand. He took care of the 5. He cleared the 11 for the 8 to go down the rail, and he had insurance with the 7 in the side pocket. All that went through his head shooting that shot. Like that a lot. And executed it even better. Nothing dropping this time. These guys have been breaking pretty well, though. I'm specifically impressed with Emilio's break. Oh, did something go? No, I don't think so. But Emilio's really been hitting the rack square and getting those second balls tracking towards the sides like we look for in 10 ball and in template rack 8 ball we look for that and as well. Yeah, that was a real thin cut on the 7. It's so hard to commit to how thin you actually have to hit that ball. Because you get over it and you're like, man, it feels like I'm shooting this thing backwards, which is basically what it is when you look at it on the other side of the table. He's calling his side. Is he going to slice it or is he going to play it off the 10? Yeah, he's slicing it. It's a good shot there. Almost looked like he was lining it up off the 10 initially. Unrewarded for it, though. John Bondo on that far table is just putting in work on Eric. I think he's actually got a good chance. I don't know if he stripes over there, but if you look at the far table, John Bondo pockets this 13 ball. He could go up 5-1 here. Eric looks a little frustrated in his chair. I don't blame him. Can't help but think that maybe waiting around as long as he has, either the fatigue has set in a little bit. Oh, John went a little too far with his cue ball. Unless it passes in, I think it does pass the 8 inside. Yeah, he should be just fine. Yep, sure did. Trying to see if John goes up 5-1 on that far table. He might even take that 8 ball all the way down just because the 8's a little bit past the side. That'd be like slicing it sideways. Yeah, he's drawn it. That tells me he's going to try and play it all the way down. He's changing his mind, but I really think he's going to. I don't think he's going to the side here. He's going to the high ball. That's kind of interesting. I think a high ball is a scratch over there if you're not playing on the side. As thin as you have to cut it. I really like drawing that ball over there and just shooting it all the way down. You can throw it. You can hit it a little bit further with some bottom left. Throw it all the way down. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the microphones off for a second. There's a little discrepancy. Oh, good shot, John Abondo. All right, I'm gonna shut down my mic for a second. We got a little scuffle in the background for a second. All right, situation neutralized. Oh, how about that shot from Emilio? Great cut in the side. He's trying to decide which ball he wants to shoot first. I don't think any of them are a bad option. He doesn't want to hit the 10 ball on the second rail here. But yeah. I think he was really focused on where his cue ball was going. Created a problem in that four ball for Mike over there. He's really looking at it. How am I gonna either A, break this out, or B, do I shoot the 4 into that stripe and then get coverage from the 10, which is asking a whole lot out of that situation. So now I think he's looking, how do I play safe or break these balls out? It doesn't have any pieces down table to really use to break out that 4. think he's gonna. Oh, I see what he was trying to do there. I think he was trying to shoot the 4 into the stripe, use the 8 ball to stop the cue ball to put the cue ball on the 50-yard line on the 10. But it just glanced off the 8 ball. And now he's got a little bit of an angle, which makes this cut much more doable for him. Emilio's got a chance. Just watch outside pocket on the way back. That's all you're worried about. Make it. Watch outside pocket on the way back. Oh, he overcut it just a hair. But the strategy proves to be successful for Choppa. He's got a great look at the table from here. All the balls basically hanging outside of the 8 ball. Hmm. Oh no, did he just miss that 4 and hook him on the 10? You know, it's funny. I haven't seen what I really appreciate out of Emilio. I haven't seen 1 ounce of frustration from him, even a little bit. You know, even when he's dealt a bad hand, like that was a bit of a roll there. He's dealt a bad hand. He seems to maintain his composure, but on that shot specifically, I saw him tilt his head about 3 degrees. I'm like, that must be his version of frustration. Those that know him better can probably answer that, but I thought it was a little comical myself. Oh, Eric's over there sitting in his chair. Looks a little frustrated. You guys will have to excuse me for 1 second. I gotta run away for just a second. I'll be right back. We're back. I'm assuming that Emilio kicked at that ball, missed it, and Choppa's got the out here. Choppa's not gonna make the same mistake he made in the last rack. He's gonna leave an angle on this too. Oh gosh, he's got a little bit. He can punch up the rail a little bit, but in the last rack he meant to punch forward, not kind of a stun draw. He's all right though. Just a little bit more angle than he'd prefer. But no, the other rack where he had to follow forward a couple inches and shoot an 8 ball from the pocket. Oh, it's not going to get it done there. It's a little bit of a thin cut for Emilio, but the thing here, don't worry about your cue ball going back and forth. Just make sure your hand gets out of the way, obviously, but don't worry about your cue ball going back and forth. Just make sure you slice it enough. There's plenty of room in the side pocket for the 8, just like that. Hit that well. And this thing is tied up 3-3. Well, there goes that 1-game spot Choppa's been trying to fight off this whole time. He took an early 1-0 lead. I think Emilio jumped up to 2-1 maybe. And then Choppa came back, got up 3-2. And now that deficit's taken away again, so. Yeah, you really don't want to go blow for blow, especially when it gets 4-4. Let's look at this. Let's look at this break from Emilio. He's been hitting them square. Watch the second balls. 10 ball down. 13 almost went. Good spread. Good cue ball control. Specifically for his 486 Fargo. I'm very impressed with that break. He's obviously worked on it. That stuff doesn't come overnight. Good selection in the solids here. Yeah, even though you're jacked up a little bit, I think you might have to go with a 1 here. It offers, it's a little bit more reliable than shooting a jacked up combo. I think maybe he's not as jacked up on the combo. Gosh, he hit that well. Hmm. They do switch from the twist cap. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I went a little too far with this one, but I think he's going to have the corner. Problem is here, he would like to stop his cue ball, but he's on the rail, and that calls for jacking up quite a bit. Not a ton, but like rolling this ball and taking a steep angle on the 8. I think you might want to jack up just a hair, just to get to the center of that cue ball, even if you punch forward a little bit. Oh, that hurts. He had much more cut than I thought. I thought he was pretty full on that ball, and he could have kind of held his cue ball right there. That'd be a little frustrating for him. He had a great break, good run out. Just got a little funny on that 7. I think you can look back at that and say, there are a few different ways I could have gone on the 7. I could have let my cue ball loose and win an extra rail and had a much larger margin for error. I don't think you can really look at that as saying, oh, I scratched on the 7 there because I hit a bad shot. I think you really got to kind of look at the reason for it. He gave himself that shape. Yeah, this is to be expected from Mike. Scratch on the last ball. All the balls are available for him. Expect nothing less from him. Looks like Mike's just gonna. Well, he can do two things. He can roll forward with it, or he can draw out to the side rail. I think he's gonna roll forward with it. No, he's got a lower tip. He might. Never mind. He didn't have any angle really. Angles can be deceiving. Nonetheless, good out. Oof. My goodness. I tried to jinx him. I guess I didn't say it loud enough. 4-3. That almost looked like that was Emilio's game for the taking. All right, he just marked it up. I am going to start the timer and see how much of a delay that our stream is on. It'll be kind of funny. All right, starting the timer now. So we marked it. I'm gonna add an extra 10 seconds because it took me that long to get to the stopwatch. You know, I don't think those balls sat in the rack. He really hit that rack square, and he didn't get a great bust out of him. Just because it's a template rack, I think it pays to pay that extra attention to make sure they're all still touching each other. You know, Tim Daniels mentioned it in the past, sometimes on the spot there, where you know how people bang on the balls to get the one ball to sit on the spot. Sometimes on that spot, you can the ball can kind of fall into that little divot, even though it is in the template rack. So it's worth maybe even shifting the template rack around a little bit or whatever. Whatever makes it work. Oh, 4. All right. Stop the timer. So I got a minute and 3 seconds. So we are on a minute and 13-second delay with the scoreboard. I gotta find any way to entertain myself back here. Sorry, guys. Went a little far there. I think maybe he was looking for an angle to maybe go into some of that stuff down there to break it out. Maybe that's why he went so far. Overran that by pretty decent margin. Shooting might even have it. Well, I'm not sure. No, the 2 would go on the side. The 5 passes the 15. The 3 goes. I think he might have just overran that one. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you can run into the 11 here at a slower pace. And then you have the 2 or the 3. Oh, he went in the corner with a high inside ball to get on the 2. That's a great shot. Oh, Emilio is just in dead punch right now. Does the 5 sneak by? I don't think it does. Looking for a shake of the head from him. It's not giving me much. Even if it does, that 8's still tied up in the stack as well, so. I don't know what happened over there on that far table. I think you saw Todd come into the picture for a minute. Kind of funny. I think Todd went on YouTube and rewinded something to see if maybe something was a good hit or maybe check score or whatever it may be. But yeah. But it is cool. That's the benefit of, I think it's YouTube, but that's the benefit of YouTube. You can kind of go in there and rewind, and we have the ability to check and see if a hit is good or not. If Chapa is feeling really good about his ball pocketing, I think you take this 13 right now. Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna do. It might be your best look at it, and that's why I say that. It doesn't pass the 3. Yeah. There was always risk in that shot. Now, does the 8 go anywhere up table? If it does, you could just shoot the 5-3 and then roll into position and shoot the 8 in one of the corners up there. I think in that top right corner, maybe, if it goes there. If not, you should be looking for some sort of breakout. Oh, he went after it right there, and it worked out. What a great shot from Emilio. Good choice. Hit the stack exactly where he needed to hit it to get a look on the 3. Oh, I'm excited for this guy. I don't know a whole lot about him, but he's really playing some good pool. I can see how he made it to day 2. You know, generally speaking, a lot of times, sometimes we have events where none of the 400s make it to day 2. Him being, I guess you could say, a little bit of an underdog. There is a handicap in this event that proves to be very fair, but sometimes the 400s weed themselves out on day 1. Well, he's proven he deserves to be here. This would be an incredible out if this 8 sneaks by. He looked at it like it was going in the corner. Does it sneak by on the side, or I think he's got to go in the corner. He really took a long look at it. I think he overcut it into that 12 ball. Yeah, this could be a touch frustrating for him. He had a great breakout shot. You could argue he deserved to win it after a breakout shot like that, but didn't quite get there. Hmm. You got another Mike Choppa in the chat. I wonder who he's going for. Yeah. Oh, Emilio's played enough racks of pool in his life. He's got his cues put away, right? Well, not put away, but he's got his cues off to the side, knowing he likely won't get another look this rack, and he won't be breaking, so he can relax for a minute. Mike went a little farther. This isn't a difficult shot, but when the pressure mounts, if you have any ounce of nervousness in that back arm, I tend to, especially when you roll those balls, I tend to hit those a little full. I think that's the tendency of most players. It's kind of a safety net, staying a little bit closer to the center of the object ball when you're nervous, you know? I don't know why. Oh, Mike Choppa Sr. There you go. I guess I should have put 2 and 2 together, but you know what you're dealing with. Got the IQ of a sloth. Seriously, dude. I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, another Mike Choppa. If I just looked at his name and saw Mike Choppa Jr., I could have put 2 and 2 together. But I refuse to use any level of critical thinking skills. Thanks for clarifying, though. Got some Chop fans. Yep, that's going to put Mike on the hill. He's going to be up 5-3. He just marked it, so you guys stay tuned for the scoreboard to update in 1 minute and 13 seconds. That's what I got it timed at. It's been a long day. Stuff's gonna start getting weird here pretty quick. Oh, that's another good break. I really like the stripes here. You know, you got the 6 ball tied up over there. I mean, you could go either one. The stripes lay better for sure, and you can use that 15 to break out the 8 over there. So I like that a lot. As long as you address that, I want to address that 9 down table earlier. I mean, sooner than later. If you do that, then you got a lot of hanging balls down here, and then you can use them to kind of manufacture an angle on this 15 to break out that 8. Shut up, Dara. Justin can't put 2 and 2 together because he can't count that high. Don't you have better stuff to do? Do you have Asian stuff to do? Like eat rice or something? I don't know. I don't know what you guys do. I didn't know you guys were still watching. I was giving you a hard time earlier because I thought you were in the chat and then you weren't. Yeah, this is kind of what I mean though. If you leave the 9 late, it's gonna be tough to manufacture an angle on this 15. I guess you could have tried and break it out earlier. But you had some insurance. Oh, watch this. It's gonna line up perfect on the 9. Oh, sure is. Gotta take it now. I think the problem. Wonder how much angle he has, if any. I think he can slide his cue ball over to the right. If you can draw and slide your cue ball over to the right a bit, I think then would be the time to take the 15. Your cue ball breaks out that stack with the 8, and you have that, and then you have that other stripe in the other corner. I can't tell because he's standing in my way, and the camera doesn't do any justice. So I don't know if that's the right move, but if he's got enough angle to do it, now's the time. Yeah, that's he got plenty out of that. This is perfect. And you don't even really have to draw into this ball if you don't want. You can kind of roll into this ball with. I think if you draw, your cue ball can get away from you a little bit. I like just kind of rolling in there, creating some separation, just like that. And that 8 is going to sneak in the side, maybe. Oh, what an incredible shot! If that 8 doesn't go on the side, that's just undeserved. He's peeking at it. You'll see him get up pretty quick and shoot this ball if it goes, but if it doesn't, gosh, he might even come back into this 8 ball a second time. That's dangerous because that 8 ball's not headed in a good direction to break free. I mean, the bank might be there if you choose to go that route. That's definitely an option. That might be what he's doing. Yeah, he's calling the bank. I don't mind that. As long as you clear the 7 on the way out. You can stiffen this up a little bit though. Expect this to go in with some pace. Oh, what a great shot. Good out from Choppa there. That was really a good out. I learned a thing or two there from him. He's really playing. Choppa's got a great run out game. I expect him to give whoever wins on table 11 over there a really good game. Oh, Eric making a comeback, down 5-1. Now it's 4-5, and he's at the table. I'm telling you guys, he's a force to be reckoned with. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and hang up the headset for a second. I'm gonna see what Tim wants to do. We might finish out that table on the far table before I shut it down. I'm not sure. We'll have to see where Tim's at on that. But I will be back shortly with you guys. Remember, after that match ends, or when I have to shut this thing down, I'm going to shut down the whole stream and we're going to restart. Hold on one second. So we're gonna go ahead and let this thing roll for a little bit, but we will shut it down here in a little bit and I'll get it restarted. So watch out for that link. But for now, you can hang out and watch that back table. Right, guys, looks like Eric could not fade the early 5-1 deficit. He tried to come back, didn't quite get there. I'm going to go ahead and shut this thing down, and we're going to restart it here. we're waiting on a match to end over there, but we're gonna shut it down for a few minutes. Say, look for the next link. Tim will post it on Donkey Pool Productions on Facebook, or AZ Pool 15 on Facebook, or Donkey Pool Productions on YouTube. Obviously, you guys know all that. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you shortly.